Yes, sorry. Under the police, traffic cops and what have you, they were blocking the road for people from Johannesburg. Yes, Mr. Henry.
But we continue with the cross-examination of Sergeant Mukhani. We've received the logbook just a short while ago. We're just making copies of the logbook.
How big is the logbook?
It's about 5 pages.
5 pages only?
Yes. It starts on the 1st and ends on, I think, the 22nd or so. It's not a
1st of what, June?
Yes, it's just 5 pages.
So
20.
The defense needs time to study it or what?
Well, I would imagine so, not an awful amount of time. Just
okay, just again then until what? How much time do you need? 5 pages.
My Lord, sorry to interject. According to Mr. Baloyi, the copies are wrongly made. Incorrectly made.
So how can a copy be incorrectly made?
He says it's a mess up. I really want to use that word, my Lord. So he's going to make proper copies for us. So I think 30 minutes.
So you don't have copies at the moment?
We don't have copies, essentially.
Okay. Mr. Baloyi?
Yes, indeed, my Lord. We just asked someone to make copies and they've been jumbled up. We just request, I think, about 15 minutes that should.
Okay, you let me know when you're ready. Okay, we'll adjourn until then. Yes, Mr. Malloy.
As a court, please, my lord, the state begs leave to hand up the logbook of Sergeant Mokhani as Exhibit MM3,
MM3.
bracket 3.
It's in respect of which
The
motor
logbook
vehicle?
of Sergeant Mokhani for the dates from the 1st of June
1st June.
up until the 19th of June, and it also incorporates 29 May 2020 until 31st May 2020.
29th May 2020 until 31st?
The 29 May until 31st May.
Okay,
It's page 5.
okay. So the defense has been finished with these logbooks.
Indeed.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
My lord, it has been handed by agreement.
Right?
By agreement, man.
Handed in by agreement.
That's correct.
What does that mean?
That means, my lord, after we have been finished with the copies, we agreed to, because there's nothing in dispute in relation to
The logbooks.
the logbooks. Hence, we don't see any reason, based on the reasons for the application by the state initially to reopen examination. That is mainly based on the version of accused number 2.
So the logbooks, the contents of the logbooks are not disputed.
Are not disputed.
Now, when you say by agreement, are you saying in terms of section 220, you are formally admitting the contents of the logbooks?
That's correct, ma'am.
Is that so, Mr. I'll come to you. Is that so, Mr. Malui?
Well, I think we can also use section 213, agreement between the parties.
213.
Yes, we haven't consulted the rest of council.
That's the point, Mr. Munisi.
We don't have an objection, Madam, on behalf of accused number 3.
Mr. Ngomano.
Thank you, my lord. I have no objection in respect for accused number 4. Thank you.
No objection, my lord.
Okay. What does 213 say? Just read it for us.
As a court, please, my lord, section 213 states the following. Proof of a written statement by consent. In criminal proceedings, a written statement by any person other than an accused at such proceedings shall, subject to the provisions of subsection 2, be admissible as evidence to the same extent as oral evidence to the same effect by such person. Paragraph 2, the statement shall purport to be signed by the person who made it and shall contain a declaration by such person to the effect that it is true to the best of his knowledge. It appears that
That section is not applicable.
yes, it's not.
Yeah,
It
220.
refers to a statement, so that would be.
I thought I was going to
section
call it
220. That's
afresh.
correct. Yes.
So in terms of section 220, it is admitted that the contents of how many of these logbooks? 3 logbooks. 4.
There's only one document, my lord.
Oh, 1 document.
Yes, only one document.
Yeah, okay. So in terms of section 220, it is admissible and it is agreed that it is so.
As a court.
Okay, thanks. Okay, fine. Right, so what happens after this?
My lord, it must also be made clear before this honorable court that as the defense has requested the AVLs for the 22nd and 24th, it has been submitted by the state that the Toyota Fortuner was not used on that particular day. So
The 22nd
the 22nd and the 24th.
and the 24th.
Correct, my lord. So another motor vehicle was used but there was no tracking device according to the state.
Okay.
So in relation to the logbook on the said motor vehicle by Mr. Mukhanu,
Yeah.
nothing has been furnished to the defense in relation to the confirmation thereof. As per our discussion with my colleague, Mr. Baloyi, he indicated that before the conclusion of the cross-examination, he will place it on the roll that the information relating to the logbooks for Mr. Mukhanu will be canvassed with Brigadier Gininda.
With Brigadier Gininda.
That's correct, ma'am.
Okay. Is that so, Mr. Baloyi?
Indeed, my lord, a search has been launched for those logbooks, and if and when they are located, they'll be handed up through Brigadier Gininda.
Gininda, okay. That is the logbooks of the 22nd and the 24th.
Indeed, my lord.
Okay, fine. Right, so what happens after that?
And also the 5th and the 25th.
And the 5th
The 5th as well as the 25th.
and the 25th.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, the court has noted that.
God bless.
Right?
My lord, may I proceed with cross-examination?
Yes, yes.
Mr. Mukhanu, I've got a few more questions for you. I believe the last question when I asked you, if we go back to the 19th of June 2020, the proceeding was it page 83?
Ntate Mogane ka pele ga gore re tswelle pele ke re lena le sale ka fase ga kano ya gore le bolela nnete go botlhatsi ba lena. My lord, before we proceed, we have just confirmed that Mr. Mogane is still under oath.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes. Do you see the time reflecting 1828?
Le a bona nako mo e reng 1828.
Page
Which page is it?
31.
21
31.
or 31. 1826.
I see 1826.
Starting is one now 1826.
Yes, below that is 1833.
Ka fase ga moo e re 1833.
Below
This-
1826.
when is the date?
What is the date?
The date is the 19th.
Bardi 19.
Yes. 1828.
1828.
Yes.
Do you see that?
Yes, I can see it.
It says you start up the motor vehicle.
E re koloi e ile ya dumishiwa. That is correct.
Then it was driving at
Napile
Chris Hani Road.
ya khwetsa mo mmileng ola wa Chris Hani. That is correct.
Yebo kuqiniswa ke kubhaliwe ukuthi imoto iyadunyiswa yase iyashayelwa noma iyahamba ke umgwaqo iKhrizani.
1833 at Dlamini, Soweto.
Ka 1833 e bontsha gore lebele le Dlamini Soweto
Access idle.
le a bona gore e be e duma.
Ke nnete.
That is correct.
Kuyiqiniswa ukuthi ngo-1833 isedlamini noma yayisedlamini eSoweto iyaduma.
1834, it's also idling, access idling.
Napile ka 1834 e bontsha gore le gana mowe ya duma.
Ke bona.
Yes, I can see it.
Ngiyabona ukuthi nango-1834 yayiduma.
1842, it's driving from Koma Street.
Ka 1842 ya kgweetsa go tloga mmileng ola wa Koma.
Ke nnete.
That is correct.
Qiniso ukuthi ngo-1842 iyahamba-ke kwistrado iKoma.
All right. So at 1911, it reflects incident. Was it still in Soweto?
Napile ka 1911 e bontsha gore go na le tiragalo be sa le Soweto.
E bontsha bja.
Yes, it shows like that.
Nanjengoba usho-ke ukuthi ngo-1911 iyatshengisa-ke ukuthi kunesehlakalo noma isigameko yebo lokho kwakwenzeka-ke kusesiSoweto.
Was it before you arrived at Moroka police station?
E be e le ka pele ga gore le fitlhe police station ya Moroka.
Be re šetše re tšwile Moroka.
We had already left Moroka police station at that time.
Ngaleso sikhathi-ke sasesiphumile-ke police station yaseMoroka.
Relating to the evidence that you have already tendered before this court when you left Fosloras court, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you were in a hurry to fetch the keys and the USB for the late Sergeant Mapena. Is that correct?
Bare go ya ka tlhatsi bo le faneng ka bone lena le rile ge le tswa forong ya Fosloras lena le be le kitimetse gore le do lata dinotlolo le USB ya mohu Sergeant Mapena ke nnete.
Ke nnete be re ya gona ro e checka.
That is correct. We were going there to check for it.
Kuyiqiniswa ukuthi siphumile-ke eFosloras sasesijahele ukuthi siyobheka ikhiya kanye nayo-ke i-USB yakhe ongasekho uSergeant Mapena.
So there's nothing prevented you when you departed from Fosloras court destined to Moroka police station from using a freeway.
Ga gona ntho e le tshireleditseng gore le seke la shumisha tsela ela ya freeway ge le tloga kgorong ya Fosloras le ya Moroka police station.
Nka tlhalosha so yona be so mara gantši re šomiša discretion ke tsona ka be ka se re na le go change ditsela for the safety of ourselves gore re tshireletsege.
Indeed, there was nothing, my lord, that was preventing us from using the freeway. However, sometimes when we use our own discretion, especially for the safety, because we have accused people, then we would use alternative routes.
Impela-ke akukho okwakusinqabela noma kwakuzivimba ukuthi sasingasebenzisa-ke u-freeway. Kodwa-ke iy'nkathi ey'ningi-ke siye sisebenziseke noma-ke siyicabangele thina sebenzise yethu-ke imicabango ngoba-ke sibheka udaba lokuvikeleka kwethu nokuthi sihamba-ke nabasolwa sishintshe-ke umzila noma-ke umgwaqo esihamba ngawo.
Yes, that I understand and I appreciate it. But the fact is, you can change the route, but my worry is you stopped more than 3 times before you reach Moroka police station.
Ba kwishisha gore lena le ka khona gore le fetole ditsela le be le shetse le gore lena le ka rata go di berekisha go ya ka mogwele gore lena le naganne ka bona eupia selo se le gore se a ba tshwenya ga njwale ke gore lena mo tseleng ya lena ge be le ya Moroka le yeme nako tse ka fetang tse tharo go ba maga a fetang a mararo ge be le ya Moroka police station.
Nka se fetolo ga re gopola re eme ga tee nako la re ro reka metsi le dizimba malakanong go potsa gape ga gore Porsche ya dira yona maybe a ke a e bona mo AVL list.
I would not be able to respond to 3 stops. However, you could maybe remind me. The only stop that I remember is the one when we went to buy water and then we drove to Moroka. However, maybe a mistake happens. You may be able to show me, as I did not see it on the AVL. I did not see those stops on the AVL.
Mhlambe wena kusunganjengisa ke uma uthi ke sema amahlandla amathathu mina ngikhumbula ke lehlandla leli esema ngalo sothenga ke amanzi kanye nama chips uma kuukuthi angikubonanga ke la kumbiko we-AVL mhlambe usungangikhombisayo.
All right. Just for the benefit of your information, I won't go as per the way I was asking you. I'll remind you that you stopped at the Ring Road. Do you remember that?
Batla le go potsa ba ka se ka mokgwa e leng gore bentse ba le botšha ka gona batla le go potsa gore lena le ile la ema mo mmileng wala wa Ring le sa gopola. That is correct.
Ebokuqiniso sema ke e-Ring Road.
You stopped at Chris Hani Road.
La ema gape mo mmileng wala wa Chris Hani.
I
do not recall us stopping there, but I am listening.
Just to remind you, I even said you stopped there for 10 minutes.
Do
you remember that?
Pele ke fetola re ka boela go yona ka e bona gape because a ke nya go fetola ntho ke sa gopolang because mabane o tšatšela mabane le fetile.
Before I respond, my lord, can we go back to that point, because I do not want to respond on something that I do not recall, as yesterday has passed.
Ngaphambilini kokuthi ngiphenduleke lapho ukuthi ngemali ngizuze ishumi eKhrizani eRoad ngicela ke sibuyele kuloko ngingaphenduli ukuthi ngingayazi noma ngingayikhumbuli ngoba ke ela izolo ke selidlulile.
All right, let's go to 0601
Barrego 0601
and 0611.
0611.
Same date.
Are you referring to the same date?
06, same date, the 19th.
Bar lona le tšatši le wela di 19. Yes, I can see it.
And 0611, do you see that?
The 0611 Yes, I can see it.
0611
You said GPS unlocked until or near Chrisani Road.
Emocho hore GPS unlocked mo mmileng wala gausi le mmila wala wa Chris Hani. Yes, I see it.
Ngiyabona ke lapha khona ke ukuthi GPS unlocked eduze ke nomgwaqo eKhrizani.
That was the second stop, you agree?
Ore ke mo beleng hona gabedi la bobedi.
That's a good place, Malaki. Can council maybe indicate on what basis does it say GPS unlocked is equivalent to bring a vehicle to a standstill?
No. I didn't say that. I said it reflects, according to the AVL, it shows GPS unlocked. That's what I said. Maybe I didn't hear myself, but it reflects GPS unlocked. Is that not so, Mr. Mkhari?
Baro ya ka AVL ye e bontsha gore e ngwadile GPS unlocked.
Ka re mabane ke le fetotse ka lo tsore GPS unlocked a ke tse re ra go reng mara a sanga ra ema go bala be re driver.
Like I responded yesterday, my lord, I said I do not recall, I do not know what does GPS unlocked refers to. However, I recall that we never stopped, we were driving.
Bengishilo izolo ukuthi uGPS unlock lona ukuthi usho ukuthini angikwazi lokho noma angazi kodwa ke ngikubuleke simile sasiqhubeka ke sishayela noma sihamba.
All right, let's get to the third one. 15 at 15:58 you were driving.
Kanako rebe ire 15:38 lebe le khwetsa. 15:38. Is it 15:80 or
15:80? 15:58.
15:58.
Ngiyayibona.
Yes, I can see it.
Below it, it's 16:16.
Ka fase ga yona ire 16:16. 16:16.
Or 16. Yeah, okay, 16:16, 05 seconds. Ngiyabona.
Yes, I see 16:16 and 05 seconds.
In terms of the AVL, what were you doing there? What?
Go ya ka AVL e re be le dirang mo.
Koloi sale ya tima.
The vehicle ignition was turned off.
Ngoba le AVL ke ngo 16:16 lona ke ngibuzwa ngaye imoto icishiwe
until 18:28.
Go fitlhela ka 18:28. That is correct.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi kwazowashaya ke u18:28.
Were you still going to fetch the keys and the USB?
Libel sanje lilo lata dinotlolo le USB.
Actually ke tlhalositse re fitlhile kwa ke ka mogare ga police station ya Moroka.
As I have previously explained, we arrived inside the Moroka police station.
Bese ngichazile ngaphambili ukuthi safika kwakungaphakathi police station yase Moroka.
Sergeant Mabena tsena ka mogare.
And Sergeant Mabena went inside.
Wangena ke uSergeant Mabena ngaphakathi.
Gomme ba sala ba mthusha tsero mo charge office kana kana ba lo tsena go etelle gore ba founele motho a lebetse go dikhia mo office ya gagwe.
And
USB.
I think he was assisted at the charge office with maybe calling the particular person whom he had left his keys and the USB.
Ngicabanga ukuthi ke babemsiza khona ke e-charge office ukuthi ke baxhumane nalomuntu ayeshiye ikhiya ne-USB e-office lakhe.
And gape ka re ile ka la bohlano batho ba chaishitse na go fihla ngola.
And again, as it was on a Friday, people had already knocked off when we arrived.
Futhi ke kwangolesihlanu abantu ke babesebe shayisile ke bephumile emsebenzini ngathi sifika khona lapha.
Wila hlalosha gore ba re motho wa tla amyemele.
And he explained that they informed him that that particular person was coming. So he had to wait for that particular person.
Uchazileke ukuthi bathe kuyena umuntu loyo ke uyeza acela ukuthi amlinde.
And that is the reason that made us to stop for such a long time.
Isizathu ke leso esabangela ukuthi ke simeke lesiyasikhathi eside kanje.
Who will come and confirm that evidence? Because who will come and confirm that evidence? Because Sergeant Mabena is no more, and there's no name of the person Sergeant Mabena spoke to.
Kimang okatlang a tlo tlhatsela dilo tšetšeo di bolelang a dumelana le tsona ka lebaka la gore lephodisa Sergeant Mabena ga a sa phela gape ga gona motho o e leng gore wa bolelwa leina la motho le le bolelwang gore Mabena o be a emetše mang.
If I
knew who that person was, I was going to tell the court. However, I did not see that particular person as I was seated with Mr. Ntanzi in the vehicle.
Kumele ufuna ukwazike ukuthi manje ke isiqinisekiso salokho sizotholakala kanjani ngoba ke uMabena akasekho ke emhlabeni alikho ke negama lalomuntu angena akhuluma naye ngaphakathi ukuthi uma bekuthi bengilazi igama laloyo muntu bengizoyitshela ke lenkantolo ngeshwa ke mina kanjani ngimbone ngangihlezi noNtanzi emotweni.
I'll ask the court to reject that part of evidence.
ba re bone ba tlo kgopela kgoro gore e gane botlhatsi bowe ba lena botlhe bo le bolelang ka bone ba gore le ile la ema mapena a tsena mapena a tswa a le tlhalosetsa ba re ba tlo kgopela gore kgoro e gane botlhatsi bowe
a ke tsebe kgoro e tla decide gore ya botse gore ba e botse.
I do not know. I will leave that in the hands of the court.
Ukuthi ke uzocela inkantolo ke ukuthi lobo bufakazi lobo ke ingabamukeli angazi mina isinqumo sothathwa inkantolo leso.
Did you transport accused number 2 on the 13th of July 2020?
Ka di 13 ja July 2020 lile la sepedisha molatofatswa wa bobedi
A sa gopola ka re tshwanetse ke tsona be rile ka re be re sepela di pleke tse dintši nka se re aowa mara most of the time ba sepelana mara e le gona be re ya kae ka tlhaloša botse ta kgona go araba.
I do not recall. Perhaps if I could be given a location where we were going, myself and the accused, because in most of the occasions I would be the one that was transporting him. However, I do not recall where were we going on the 13th. I will not say yes, I was transporting him, or no, I was not transporting him, since I do not recall.
Ukuthi ke nge-13 zika July ngahamba naye ke umsolo wesibili ke kunyaka ka 2020 angeke ngithi yebo angeke ngithi cha mhlambe ke uma kuukuthi ngakhunjuzwa ke ukuthi sasiya kuphi nendawo ke ngoba ke iningi indawo la sasiya ngakhona ke futhi ke isikhathi esiningi wayehamba nami.
Yes, I'll remind you, because that was the first day accused number 2 appeared in Tlhabane court.
Ba re batla le go botsa ka lebaka la gore ke lone letšatši la mathomo mo molatofatswa wa bobedi a ileng a tswelela kgorong ya Tlhabane.
That is not correct.
Hello? There's no?
That is not correct.
I see, it's not correct.
That's the version I'm putting to him.
Ba re ke ntho e leng gore ba ya le botsa gore lena molatofatswa o tsweletše ka di 19 June
13 July 2020. That's the version of
Futhi ke ummeli uzokukhumbuza noma uzomtshela ubufakazi ukuthi ke lelo langa lelo ke aqeda ukulisho ke manje lazo lange-13 kuyena ke uNtulikazi ku-2020 kwakuyilanga lokuqala ayovela ngalo enkantolo ke umsola wesibili umshushisi ke uyaphikisa uthi cha akulona iqiniso lelo.
Asennete ka wa ka tšhatšitekiso reng o tsweletše pela ga kgoro ya Tlhabane ka di 22 of 6 2020 date of appearance e bontšha ka mo setlankaneng sa tšhatšite.
That is incorrect. As the charge sheet that I have in my possession, it reflects that the accused appeared on the 22nd of June 2020 in Tlhabane court.
Akulona ke iqiniso lelo uyasho ke nayo ifakazi manje kumshushisi eshilo ukuthi ke kwakunge-22 kuyena ke uNhlangulana 2020 uma umsolo wesibili eyobingelela imantshi ihlandla lokuqala eTlhabane.
Gape ka di 13 tsa June be ke so kopanile yena 13 July. Okay, no, sorry be gore ntshware.
My apologies. The witness just said on the 13th of June he had not met the accused. However, as he is corrected, he apologizes.
Sorry, Miss Sergeant, what was the charge on the 22nd of June, as you say,
Molato o be
Tlhabane,
barositše
when accused number 2 appeared?
molato o be barositše molatofatswa e be e leng ge ne a tswelela kgorong.
Really possession of unlicensed live ammunition.
Possession of unlicensed live ammunition, my lord.
Iqala ke awayelithweswa njengoba ngithi ke wavela ke nge-22 ke uNhlangulana 2020 kwakutholakala ke nazo izinhlamvu ngongekho emthethweni.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Say, I've just informed the court that I don't have the records for the AVL on the 22nd of June 2020. Neither the logbook of the vehicle that were driving on the 22nd of June 2020. And yet you want the court to believe that accused number 2 is misleading the court or is not telling the truth.
Barbona ba fetsa go jwa go botsa khoro gore ga bana tsona di document tsa AVL gape le di logbook tsa gore di 22 tsa June molatofatswa o be a le gona ba khoro tshekelo gape le nagane jwana le nyaka gore khoro e dumele gore molatofatswa ga a bolele nnete.
Advocate Ngomezulu, I need AVL go bala bohlatse ya gore bonganisa dintanzi o tsweletse pele ga khoro ya hlabane shibo ke etshachide a ke tsona a le nako e exhibit RR.
Advocate Ngomezulu, we do not need the AVL records or the logbook to show that the accused appeared at Hlabane court. We have evidence here which is marked as exhibit RR that Bongani Sandiso Ntanzi appeared in Hlabane court.
Asidingi ke AVL kuloko kushoyo ukuthi ke ngalelanga ke langa 22 kuNhlangulana uBongani Sandiso Ntanzi wabingelela ke imantshi yaseKhlabane na i-charge sheet ngiphethe kumina bayiphawulileke nanjengo exhibit RR.
Because you're an officer, you will not need it. I don't think you'll see the relevance of that AVL. But let me just put it this way, just to cut matters short. On the 13th of July, 2020, that's the first time accused number 2 was changed his clothes. Constable Buthelezi phoned the girlfriend to bring the clothes of accused number 2 because they were in a hurry for him to appear in court. He was not going to appear in court on the clothes that he was wearing on that day.
Bare lena ka lebaka la gore le lephodisa
Since he was arrested.
Le ka se bone botlhokwa ba gore di AVL je we ba di tlhokela. Jwaje bare bona molatofatswa ka di 13 tsa July o ba ka se tswelele kgorong abe a apere dikobo tse be a di apere go tlogelle nako ela a sale a tshwarwa. Jwaje lephodisa Buthelezi le la letsetsa mo radiwa wa molatofatswa wa bobedi le mmotsa gore a tlishe dikobo tse di swa ka go itlhaganela gore molatofatswa a tlo kgona gore a fetole dikobo tse tlabeng a di apere e seng a tswelele kgorong ka dikobo tsela tse ba di apere nako e gebe a tshwara.
Ato kengo ke kana le lena ka re go pola botse motho ba dila ka diaparo le family ga ntshebe le de le Sergeant Mabena a ke tsona Buthelezi o tsena kae mo ka re neno ba ba go no escort.
Advocate Ngomezulu, I would dispute that type of a version because the person that was dealing with the family and the changing of clothing, it's the late Mr. Mabena.
Yes.
Because Mr. Buthelezi, he was just escorting us. I do not know how does he feature on the change of clothes.
Engizokutshela kona ke ukuthi kushumeli ke kufakazi uConstable Buthelezi waze ke waxhumana ke nentombi yakhe ke umsola wesibili ke ukuthi ilethe ingubo zokuthi ke ashintshe noma ke agqoke ngoba wayengazi ngoba ngeke ahamba enkantolo ngazo lezo i13 ka July esagqoke lezi yana bekade igqokile ngaphambili. Uthi ke maphendulo ufakazi ukuthi ke Advocate Ngomezulu angazi ke noma ke ngizophikisana ke nalokho okushoyo ukuthi uButhelezi uhlangana kuphi ke nokulethwa kweimpahla zokuthi ke ashintshe agqoke umsolo wesibili ngoba ke yena wayesiphelezela escorta nje kuphela. Umuntu okwakuyena ke owayexhumana nomndeni ukuthi ke kulethwe ke impahla noma ke ingubo zokuthi agqoke kwakungasekho noma useshonile uConstable Mabena.
Okay, but you will not dispute the fact that accused number 2 on that day was the first time to change his clothing.
Ifela lena le kasana tsane le bona ga ba re molatofatswa wa bobedi e be la matho le khala mathomo a apara dikobo tse dingwe tsa tshileo.
Nkagana na lena ga re go gopola botse Sergeant Mabena o ile a arrange diaparo tša gage mara ke sa gopolo di tlileng mara tšona sa le di atla.
I dispute that because if I remember very well, Sergeant Mabena arranged for the accused clothes. When did they bring the accused clothes? I would not recall. And my lord, I see accused number 2 is raising his hand.
Phambi ukuthi umelaze kwenake uthi ke kulokho ke kodwa ngeke kuphikiseke ukuthi ngalela langa la nge-15 zikaJuly kwakuqala ukuthi alethele ezinye impahla ke accused number 2 uthi ke ngizophikisa ke lokho ngoba ke uMabena uzalethwa ke kodwa ngazi ukuthi nje bayiletha nini.
Thank you, Madam. May I just clarify this, Mr. Mukhani? According to the instructions of accused number 2, there is Buthelezi, the friend to accused number 2, and Leboheng, the girlfriend of accused number 2.
Bare nke ba tlhakishe taba e gona le motho o eleng gore ke mogwera wa molatofatšwa wa bobedi e ba mmitšang ka Buthelezi gape gona le Leboheng e leng ngwanyana o ratanang le molatofatšwa wa bobedi.
Buthelezi.
I am listening.
Ngimlalele ke uma uthi ukhona uButhelezi okuwumngani wakhe umsolo wesibili bese khona ke noLeboheng okuyena othandana naye ke umsolo wesibili.
According to his version, he says Constable Mabena or the late Mabena is the one who spoke to Leboheng to bring the clothes.
Bare go ya ka yena molatofatšwa wa bobedi o re mohu Mabena ke yena a boletšeng le ngwanyana a ratanang le molatofatšwa wa bobedi gore a tiše dikobo tša gagwe.
Ka re tšetše ke boletše e ka lo ba nnete ka re ke rile ke Sergeant Mabena o ba le a thuša ka lefapha leo la diaparo le family ya gagwe le gore girlfriend ya gagwe ke mang a ke tsebe lebitso.
As I have stated that it was Sergeant Mabena that was dealing with the clothing, it could be true that he had spoken to those people. However, on who the girlfriend is, I do not know.
Uthi ke ummeli uMabena ke wayikhulumisana noLeboheng ukuthi bekuyena ke olethe ingubo zokuthi ke aqoke ke nanjengoba bese ngishilo ke ukuthi kwakuma impela ongasekho ke uSergeant Mabena ukuthi ke igama lentombi ke athandana nayo ubani lokho ke angikwazi.
And my correction was based on the fact that the clothes were brought by Buthelezi, who is the friend of accused number 2, and not Constable Buthelezi. I was under the impression because he said that Buthelezi also testified in court.
Bare bona bebaki phosulla mo tabeng yela ya gore dikobo di tlisitswe ke Buthelezi is Buthelezi mogwera wa molatofatšwa e seng Constable Buthelezi gobane molatofatšwa ba ba botše gore Buthelezi wa gona le yena o boletše kgorong.
nka se gane gore dikobo diaparo di tlile mara nka se tsebe botsebotse di tlile neng di tlile le mang nka ba re ra kgonega re tlose Sergeant Mabena a tle a tlatse go marobale gape.
My Lord, I will not dispute on who has brought the clothes. However, I would not know when were the clothes brought, and if it was possible, we would resurrect Sergeant Mabena so that he come and testify, and then he goes back and rest in peace.
Uthi ke ummeli ebe lapho ke umsolo wesibili bemlungisa khona ke bemtshela ngobuthelezi ke ngoba ummeli yena becabanga ukuthi ke uconstable ubuthelezi ngobushilo ke ukuthi ubuthelezi onikezile ngobufakazi la enkantolo engikwazi ukuthi yebo ingubo zona ke zalethwa ukuthi zalethwa nini lethwa ubani ke angazi ke noma ngeke ngikwazi ke lokho mhlawumbe kuba bengenzeka ke bese ngathi sibuyise yena ke uMabena uma seqedile ukuchaza abuyeleke kuyona ke indawo yakhe yokulala ngokuthula.
The last question. When you were traveling from Pretoria North to Carltonville and to Rustenburg, were there any toll gates that you had to pass through?
Bare kutso ya mafelelo gebe le sepela le tloga Pretoria North la ya Carltonville la boya la ya Phokeng go be go na le di toll gate mo mmileng tshebe le feta go tsona.
A ga re Phokeng ke tšemalwa.
When we were going to Phokeng, there were few toll gates.
Ingabe ke uma nihamba ke eCarltonville Pretoria North ePhokeng ngaba khona yini ama toll gates enadlula kuona ke yebo ke ePhokeng ayekhona ke ambalwa ke.
Thank you, my Lord.
Thanks, sir. Mr. Mnisi.
Just few aspects.
Yes.
Please, my Lord, just before Advocate Mrs. starts with cross-examination, there's a witness who's outside who's only available today, my Lord. The expert on car movement, and I'm just wondering if we cannot stand down the cross-examination of Sergeant Mohani so that we take his evidence.
Mr. Mnisi, you're the boss. What do you say?
I've got an objection, my lord.
He says he doesn't have an objection. Are you able to attend court until about 3:30?
Le ka khona gore le dile gorong go fitlhella mosomo metsotso ya 30 ka moraga iri ya boraro.
Ke tla ema ke matsogong a lena.
I will wait, my Lord, as I'm in your hands.
But I don't have money to buy you lunches.
Ba re ga bana tšhelete ya go le rekela metse le mazemba.
Okay. This evidence will stand down then.
Botlhatsi ba lena bo tla ema nakonyana go sana le tlhatsi e nngwe le leng gore e tlamile e fane ka botlhatsi.
Ngiyacela kumshushisi ukuthi ke ake emeke uSergeant Mufane kunofakazi ke oyena ke otholakala nje namhlanje phela ke lona ungoti ke mayelana nokuhamba kwemoto noma ke ungoti kule AVL report.
We are indebted to my learned friends and the court's indulgence. The state calls the next witness is Mr. Michael Jacobus Dupree.
Michael Jacobus Dupree.
Dupree, my lord. The witness name is not on the list.
Okay.
The witness is going to testify in respect of exhibit MM2. My lord, I've indicated to my learned friends this morning that the witness has printed his own report, my lord. It's exactly the same as exhibit MM2. However, he split his report in terms of dates, the 1st of June the 5th of June, the 16th of June, the 18th of June, the 19th of June, as well as the 20th of June, my lord.
Okay.
There will thus be cross-reference between his bundle that he printed as well as Exhibit MM2 that has already been handed up. We just request, my lord, that his bundle that he printed be handed up as Exhibit MM2. Maybe just to distinguish it from the existing Exhibit MM2, we can call it Exhibit MM2A.
MM2A, ne?
Yes, MM2A.
Thank you.
Just ask my learned friend just to add A to that exhibit.
Which language do you prefer to testify in, sir?
My lord, I'll do it in English.
English. Okay. Yes, sir, the witness.
Your full name, please.
Michael Jacobus de Vree.
Do you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath?
No objection.
Do you consider the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
I'll do.
Do you then swear that the evidence you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing else but the truth? If so, you raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
The witness is sorry.
Thank you.
Mr. Dupree, where do you work?
My lord, I work for a company called Sea-Track Fleet Management.
Sea-Track.
That's correct.
Mr. Dupree uthi-ke usebenzela inkampani ebizwa-ke ukuthi-ke i-Sea-Track Fleet Management.
And what is your position at that company? What capacity are you employed by that company?
I'm currently employed in the capacity of the Chief Operations Officer.
Isikhundla sami-ke enginaso noma engisibambile-ke lapho-ke ngihloko-ke kuyindlela-ke yokusebenza noma ekwenziwa ngayo-ke umsebenzi, Chief Operations Officer.
And what type of duties do you perform in the company?
My lord, I'm primarily responsible for the operational execution within the company. That includes the everyday operations and also then training within the operations.
Mina-ke okwami ukubheka-ke nje ukuthi ukwenziwa komsebenzi-ke malanga namalanga-ke nokunikeza futhi-ke ngokuqeqesha laba kufanele ukuthi-ke baqeqeshwe noma-ke bathole i-training ngaphakathi-ke emsebenzini.
And what type of company is Sea-Track Fleet Management?
My lord, Sea-Track provides fleet management solutions to the broader public and public sector, private sector, whereby we supply or provide solutions that allows various companies and individuals to manage their vehicle fleets and assets.
Okwethu-ke ukuthi-ke thina-ke kumphakathi-ke ney'nkampani ey'thize-ke sinikezeke ngomsebenzi laphona-ke abantu bakwisimo-ke noma bakhonayo ukuthi-ke babheke-ke ukuhamba-ke kwey'moto zabo.
Can you just explain, if you say providing a solution, what do you mean?
Solutions are provided by installing various types of hardware to vehicles or assets, allowing customers to view the asset in a platform that allows them to manage such asset to the better of the business.
Thina ke sikwenzayo ukuthi ke sinikeza ke kwinkampani ke kubantu ke abayimele ke inhlobo ke ezithize zaloko kubiza ngokuthi ke ama hardware kanye futhi ke nendlela ke sinikeze ke ixazululo kwindlela ke zokuthi umuntu akwazi noma inkampani ikwazi ke ukuthi ke ibheke ilandelele ibone ke ukuthi lokho okwakhe noma bakunayo ke noma imoto noma yini ihamba kuphi isebenza kanjani.
And for how long have you been attached to C-Track Fleet Management?
My Lord, I started my employment in 2001, so that makes it around about 22 years.
Ngaqala ke ukusebenza khona lana ke ngo-2001 okusho ukuthi iminyaka ewu-22 leyo.
You have prepared a bundle of documents that serves as Exhibit MM2 in brackets A.
That is correct, my Lord.
You have also been shown Exhibit MM2, is that correct?
That is correct, my Lord.
Nawo ke ama-bundles lana ke noma ama-documents alungiselwe yimina naye ku MM2 lona ke ekuyena lesetshenziswa la enkantolo ngimtshengisiwe.
Can you put on record the type of training that you underwent?
My Lord, in the 22 years that I've been employed in the company, we started off with product training at the time, and as time progressed, I was involved in training, development of old products, current products, new products, and also closely involved in the design of the product within the company on functions and features. So the product as it is today, I'm fairly confident that I understand and know how it works from beginning to end.
Uqala ke uma sisiqala ke uqeqesho esaluthola ke noma engalithola ke ngakuyona ke inkampani kwakuqeqeshwa ke mayelana ke neproduct ke noma amagama lokho esisebenza ngakho noma lokho esikusebenzisayo ngokuhamba ke kweminyaka ke ila engibe ingxenye khona ke eqeqesheni ke mayelana nayo ke iproduct leyo ekuyithuthukiseni kanye futhi ke ngasho ke manje ukuthi kule minyaka ewu-22 ke le product leyo ke ukuthi ke product ke engiyaziyo ke ukusebenza kwayo.
Is there someone within the company, within C-Track Fleet Management, who's called upon to testify on the product from time to time?
My Lord, that mostly falls on my responsibility to do such in various types of courts or disciplinary hearings.
Kumina ke noma ke umsebenzi ke noma umthwalo lowo ke esemahlombe ami ke ukuthi ke ngiye ke kwizinkantolo ezahlukahlukeneke noma ke kwiqhawe ke zoqondiswa kwezigwegwe la uma kufanele ukuthi kube nomuntu onikezwa ngobufakazi.
Can you just place your experience on record as far as testifying in court is concerned?
My Lord, if memory serves me right, I've been testifying in various courts for at least 14 plus years, testifying on the functionality, features, product specification, the application thereof, how it is deployed in the field, how it functions, what information it provides. I've testified in high court, criminal, civil. I've testified in regional courts, CCMA matters, normal disciplinary matters. So I think I've covered the spectrum of courts, my Lord.
Ngathi ke iminyaka ke u14 nokuya ngaphezulu ke nginikeza ubufakazi noma ngithula ubufakazi ke kwizinkantolo ephakeme, inkantolo zesifunda kwiqhawe ze-CCMA kwindawo nje ezahlukahlukeneke ngichaza ke ngokusebenza kwayo ke le product lena ke ukuthi ke isetshenziswa kanjani ke nokuthi futhi ifakwa kanjani.
Are you involved in any training regarding the product?
My Lord, the training department currently reports to me, so yes, I'm closely involved in training of staff members as well as clients of ours on the functionality and features of the solutions we provide.
Laba ke noma ke i-section lena ke ye-training ke bona ba-reporta kumina ke ukuthi ngisebenzisana nabo ke ngiyabaqeqesha ke abangaphakathi ke emsebenzini kanye futhi nawo ama-clients ke nawo ngiyabanikeza ke uqeqesho ukuthi ke ama-feature kanye futhi nendlela yokusebenza kwayo i-product lena ukuthi ihamba kanjani.
Are you involved in any training beyond the shores of this country?
My Lord, I've been involved in training in the middle, or what do I call it, Middle East, not really Middle East, but the eastern side of our world, in Malaysia. I've worked in Australia on projects. I've worked in America, Africa. So yeah, that's the extent of my services abroad.
Ngisebenzile ke kwindawo eziningi ke la noma nginikeza khona ke uqeqesho noma ke i-training i-America ke ichazile, i-Africa, i-Australia kanye futhi ke ne-Malaysia.
Now, does your company, Sea-Track Fleet Management, have any relationship with the South African Police Service?
Yes, my Lord. Sea-Track Fleet Management provides solutions, or a solution to the South African Police Force in terms of a AVL system, automated vehicle locator, that we install in the SABC vehicles.
Yebo siyasebenzisana ke namaphoyisa ke aseNingizimu Afrika kwimoto zabo ke sifaka lokhu ke noma ke system ebizwa ngokuthi ke i-AVL.
Mr. Dupree, you can continue and tell the court in your own words how this product works and the nature of the relationship with the South African police.
My Lord, the nature of the relationship with the South African Police Force is we've been awarded a tender to install these tracking devices in this SABC fleet. We've been doing so for a number of years, and the system entails that we...
Just a minute, to just give the interpreter a chance.
Indlela ke esisebenza ngayo namaphoyisa ke ukuthi sanikezwa ke lo msebenzi iqelezi ke le tender ke yokuthi sifake ke kwimoto zabo ke le system ke lena ebizwa ngokuthi iyona i-AVL futhi ke sekuyiminyaka ke sisebenzisana nabo.
It involves our staff installing hardware in the SABC vehicles. This hardware is equipped with a GPS.
Lokho ke kuhlanganisa ke noma kufaka ke ukuthi ke abasebenzi bethu ke noma istaff sethu ke bafake ke ama hardware kwimoto zawo amaphoyisa ke futhi leyo hardware leyo ke ine GPS.
There's also a GSM modem with a SIM card in it. And this device is then connected to the wiring of the SABC vehicle.
SIM card.
Yeah, that's correct.
Futhi ke kufakwa ke okubizwa ngokuthi ke i-modem ke kuyona ke le i-modem ke ye-GMS ene SIM card kuyona.
Can I just explain?
What did you say after the SIM card? Sorry.
Connected to the vehicle.
Okay. Futhi ke yona ke ehlanganiswa noma ke connectwa ke kuyona ke imoto.
Can I ask you to explain these technical terms as you go along? GPS stands for?
GPS represents Global Positioning System. That is just a normal location service. Allows us to know where the vehicle is.
General picture.
GPS, Global Positioning System.
I-GPS yona ke i-Global Positioning System yona ke echazayo ke ukuthi noma ke ikunikeza ke ukuthi ikuphi nendawo ke.
Yes, and GSM?
GSM is the cellular network, the simple term for it, as we all know it. So it's just a means of communication from the device to another environment. So it's communication, cellular communication.
Lana ke i-GSM lona ke uxhumana ke lokho okhona ke phakathi kwayo i-device lena ke kanye futhi ke ne-location noma indawo ke ethize.
Yes.
The system would then allow the system installed is connected to the vehicle, and that allows us to know whether the vehicle is switched on, switched off, is it traveling, is it standing still, at which speed is it, and where is it.
Lana ke lokhu nje lokuxhumana lokhu ke la engithi khona ke lokuxhumana phakathi kwale system ebizwa ngokuthi i-GSM iyona ke esichazelayo ukuthi imoto yenzani, imoto iyahamba, imoto imile, imoto ixeshiwe ke futhi ke isiphi isivinini ehamba ngaso.
The data collected on the vehicle is then relayed or transferred or transmitted over the GSM network to a centralized environment located in Numerus.
Let's take that slow. Can you repeat? Let's take that slow. Can you repeat?
The data provide or
raise your voice again.
the data recorded
Yes.
on by the system on the vehicle.
Yes. Lokhu ke noma le mininingwane etholakalayo ke iyayo imoto ekhona ke. Yes.
Is transmitted via the GSM network, the cellular network,
Iyandluliswa ke idluliswa ngayo ke le network lena ke ibizwa ngokuthi i-GSM.
to a centralized environment in Numerus.
Ithathwa ke isiwe ke kwindawo ke e-centralized noma ke emaphakathi ke kulona lokho okubizwa ngokuthi i-numerous.
And what is numerous?
That's it's the Numerus is just a building name. That is the premises of the State Information Technology Agency.
State
State Information.
or SITA.
Yeah, SITA.
Lana ke nje unumerous lona ke kusho nje ibility ke ukuthi ke ngathi ke i-State Information Technology Agency.
The AVL data is housed in this environment, and from this environment it can be accessed by registered users.
Lana ke manje ke le information ke manje ke ila indluliswa noma ke igcinwa khona lapho ke ukusuka lapho ke ingathi ke manje isiyandluliswa noma ke futhi ikwazi utholwa yilaba abanelungelo noma abamele ukuthi ke bayisebenzise.
Such registered users, my lord, will only have access to vehicles that they are allowed to see or is allocated to their cost center.
Futhi ke labo ke bazokwazi noma bazokhona kuphela ke ukuthi babone imoto abayisebenzayo abasebenza ngazo noma abanelungelo lokuthi ke bayibone.
Just to make it simple, that a specific police station will only have access to that police station's vehicle, and certain divisions within that police station will only have access to their specific division's vehicle. So it's not everybody seeing everybody's vehicles.
Ukwenza nje ukuthi kubelula ke ukuchaza ke lokho ukuthi ke isiteshi esithize samaphoyisa isona ke esizokhona ke ukuthi siboneke izimoto zabo ke futhi ke uhlaka ke oluthule noma ke iunit ethile kuleyo police station leyo bazobona izimoto eziwa ngaphansi kwaleyo unit leyo, akusi ukuthi ubani uzobona ke abheke noma yini.
All this data collated over a period of time is then stored in a database.
Futhi konke ke yonke le mininingwane manje ke ese ihlanganisiwe ke etholakele ngesikhathi noma ngokuhamba ke kwesikhathi izo ifakwa ke kuloko kubizwa ngokuthi ke i-database.
And from in with this data, users, authorized users, can gain access to historical data of a vehicle for a defined period.
Futhi ke laba abaselungelweni ke noma abavumelekile ke ukuthi babheke ke noma basebenzise lezo imoto lezo ke bazokhona ukuthi manje babheke ke isikhathi ke esithize bebheka imoto ethize.
Hence, users being available to compile data like we have in court today, giving detailed data of a vehicle over a period of time, though it be a number of years later.
Ingakho ke labo ke abavumelekile ke noma ke abanelungelo ke bekhona ke noma bekwazi ke ukuthi manje baletheke lokhu ezizwe nako ke la enkantolo namhlanje ke lombiko ke noma ke le data ke, noma sekudlule isikhathi seminyaka ethize.
Hence, users being available to compile data like we have in court today, giving detailed data of a vehicle over a period of time, though it be a number of years later.
Ingakho ke labo ke abavumelekile ke noma ke abanelungelo ke bekhona ke noma bekwazi ke ukuthi manje baletheke lokhu ezizwe nako ke la enkantolo namhlanje ke lombiko ke noma ke le data ke, noma sekudlule isikhathi seminyaka ethize.
I think that's about the system in a nutshell, my lord.
indlela ke isystem leyo esebenza ngayo.
And once the registered users are able to access the data, how is that information then packaged?
My lord, depending on the type of report compiled, and I'll use the reports in question we have in front of us today.
Kuya ngokuthi ke umbiko okanjani ke ngokufuna ukwazi ke uma ngaba leyo umbiko manje usohlanganisiwe ke ugcinwa kanjani ke kuya ngokuthi umbiko kanjani ke ngizosebenzisa lona ke engize nawo la enkantolo namuhla.
A report will be compiled based on a specific vehicle identification or registration number.
Umbiko uzohlanganiswa ke uma kuya ngokuthi ke no osikunikiwe ke noma imininingwane esinikiwe yemoto okufana ke ne registration
And a period of time.
kanye futhi nesikhathi imoto lesi esetshenziswe ngaso.
On requesting the report, a command is executed whereby data for this period is then extracted from the database.
Uma ke kutholakala ke isicelo noma umbiko lona ke kukhishwa ke umbiko ngokumayelana nesikhathi esithize.
It is then provided in a visible format on a computer screen.
Bese iyakhishwa ke la ibonakala khona ke ku screen se computer,
from where the user can then print such document in a PDF format.
bese kuthi loyo ke manje uyakwazi ke ukuthi uyayiprinta ke lo noma lokho kubonayo ke ku computer uyaprinta kule format ke ebizwa ngokuthi noma kule ndlela ke ebizwa ngokuthi yi PDF.
And the document can be reproduced a number of times in the exact same format with the exact same data. So what I'm trying to say is it's reproducible, and it would be the same if whether I produce it today or I produce it in 3 years' time or I produce it for 3 years ago, it would be the same data.
Noma ke ungayenza ke noma isikhathi sesithini ke noma ungakhipha namuhla kweminyaka elandelayo ke emithathu noma kwiminyaka endlulile emithathu izophuma ingendlela eyodwa, kusho ukuthi ke angeke kushintshe lutho.
Did you receive a request in this matter regarding a specific vehicle?
That is correct, my lord.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi isicelo ngasithola ke kuleli cala mayelana nemoto ethize.
And upon receiving these requests, what did you do?
My lord, upon receiving the request, we extracted the data from the SABC AVL database.
Uma sesisicelo leso sicelo leso ke sayikhipha ke idata leyo ke kwi AVL ye SABC
and produced a paper copy we have here today.
Esasikhipha ke amakhophi ke ephepha ke noma ke paper copy le esinayo ke la namuhla.
You're referring to exhibit MM2 in brackets A, the one that you've printed?
That is correct, my lord.
Khuluma ngalena ke engiyiprintile.
There's also an A3 version, exhibit MM2. Can you just identify that for us?
Yes, my lord. This version MM2 is an exact copy of the version or the documents I compiled. This is just in a different form factor, being that it was printed on A3 paper with a lot of the headings and stuff removed to gain real estate, to have more data on a single page.
Lena ke enkulu ke esinayo ke ekuyilena ke esetshenziswayo ke la enkantolo iyona ke ngamashi lena ke mina ke engiyiprintile ukuthi nje umehluko ke kuyona ke ukukhishwe nje ama topics la kubhaliwe ke khona ke ngaphezulu, kodwa yona futhi yenziwe ke kwi A3.
Can you just perhaps explain to the court what information is supplied by the C-track system?
My lord, the information supplied would be the vehicle itself, the registration of it.
Imininingwane ezokhishwa ke iyona ke usitrack lona ke imayela nemoto i-registration.
It will also reflect the bobby number as we refer it to. That's the B registration plate linked to that specific registration number.
Futhi ke izokhipha ke lokuthi na ke esikubiza ke njenge bobby number ile B registration plate iyayo ke imoto leyo.
It will also then display the date and the time.
Izochaza ke ilanga noma ke i-date kanye nesikhathi.
The vehicle status is reflected, and the vehicle status would be, is the vehicle driving, is it switched off, what is the vehicle doing at that particular date and time.
Isizochaza ke nesimo ke sayo imoto, masikhuluma ngesimo ke sikhuluma ngokuthi imoto iyahamba, imoto imile, imoto iyaduma ngaleso sikhathi leso.
It will also display the speed and the odometer of the vehicle, the odometer being the delta that refers to the distance traveled between two positions.
Isizochaza ke nesivinini imoto ehamba ngaso ke ibese ichaza ke naloko kubizwa ngokuthi i-auto ke ibanga ke phakathi kweindawo ezimbili ezahlukene imoto ehambile ngaleso sikhathi.
And then the location of the vehicle is reflected as a point of reference on the map and also a longitude and latitude.
Bese chaza ke i-location noma ke indawo leyo ke kwi-map ke ngathi ke imoto etholakala ekuyona noma la ikhona.
And how does the AVL system works? What events are described and reported by the AVL unit?
My Lord, if I can try and put them in some form of logical order, it would show the vehicle starting.
Mangaqala ngalendlela ngisho ngalendlela ke izotshengisa ke imoto uma iduma dunyiswa.
Then it would show the vehicle when it's driving.
Izotshengisa ke imoto uma ihamba.
It will show the vehicle when it's stationary but still idling.
Izotshengisa ke imoto uma imile kodwa isaduma.
It will show the driver behavior in the form of either overspeeding or harsh braking.
Izotshengisa ke nesimo ke somshayeli ke lana sikhuluma ngokuthi ke weqile kwisivinini noma futhi ke indlela ke abamba ngayo ama brake.
And then it will show the vehicle being switched off again, the ignition being off.
Izotshengisa ke noma ke imoto ise icishwa ke ingasadumi.
And then obviously there would be various alarm types. For instance, if the battery is disconnected, it would give you a battery tamper.
Noma ukuthi ke mhlambi ke unenkinga ekhona ke ebhetrini ke izokutshela ke ukuthi ke kukhona ke okwenzakeleke noma okwenzakalayo ngayo ibhetri.
I think that's about the highlights of the status has been available.
Ngicabanga ukuthi ke yilokho ke ekhuluma ke noma kusho ke ngesimo ke sayo.
Right, and can we maybe ask you to explain the various terminology like GPS unlock?
My Lord, the term GPS unlock, and maybe I should just go one back. For a GPS to give a position,
Uma ngabuya la umuva ke uma khulunywa nge-GPS unlocked. Ukuthi ke GPS ikunikeze ke i-location noma indawo ke.
That specific receiver in the C-track unit
Leyo ke itholayo noma lokho kubizwa ngokuthi ke i-receiver kuyona ke i-unit leyo ye-C-track
needs to receive data from a number of GPS satellites orbiting the Earth.
Ifaneleke ukuthi ke itholeke manje ke noma ke itholeke kuma satellite ahlukene kodwa ingatholi kweyodwa i-satellite.
How many satellites, Mola?
To give a position with a longitude, latitude, and altitude, you would need a minimum of 4 satellites data to being available.
Kuzodingeka ke ukuthi ke utholeke i-data ke kuma satellites angawu-4.
Given the device have 4 satellites available, we will give a accurate longitude, latitude, and altitude, which is then reverse geocoded to a point on a map, which will then give you a coordinate.
Lokho ke uma sewutholike lama satellites awu-4 ke wona ke manje isizokunikeza ke indawo osungaqela noma ubheke kuyona ke kuyona i-map noma lokho kubizwa ngokuthi ke i-coordinate.
In the absence of data from 4 or more satellites, the system would not be able to give longitude, latitude, and altitude, and in the absence of such, we would then refer to a status as GPS unlock.
Manje ke uma kuwukuthi ke awutholi ke imininingwane ke noma ke i-data ke kulama satellites awu-4 noma ke angaphezulu kwawu-4, yilapho ke manje esizokunikeza ke isimo noma ke i-status lesi ke la ishoyo ukuthi manje i-GPS unlocked.
While in this GPS unlock state, the last valid position recorded would be the prevailing position.
Usekuyena ke lowo GPS unlocked indawo yokugcina ke kuzoba ke iyona ke leyo ke noma indawo leyo yangaleso sikhathi.
And that's only being done because that is the last valid data being available, my lord.
Ngoba ke lokho kuzobe ke kuyiyona ke idata yokugcina ke engasetshenziswa noma ekhona ke ngaleso sikhathi leso.
And can a driver of a vehicle tamper with the system in any way?
My lord, these devices are installed in out of sight and without the driver or the user of the vehicle knowing where it is installed. It is, I wouldn't say it's impossible, but it's unlikely that a individual would just fiddle with it.
Umshushu sifuna ukwazi ke ukuthi uyakwazi yini umshayeli wemoto ukuthi ke angaphazamisana ke nokusebenza kwale ndlela ke noma nokusebenza ke kwale system. Mephendula ke uthi uma ngabe isifakwa ke kuleyo moto efakwa kuyona ke ifakwa kungekho ke obonayo noma ke akaboni ke asisho ke umshayeli kodwa nje ayibona uma ngabe ifakwa indawo le efakwa kuyona ke uthi angeke athi ke akusiyona into engeke yenzekeke kodwa ke nje akacabangi nje na ke ukuthi kayinto ke elula ke nje ukuthi umuntu angayenza ukuthi aphazamisane ke nokusebenza kwale system.
And can the data that is stored on the numerous, the SITA, as we explained, be tampered with in any way?
My lord, without a very intimate knowledge of the system, it is virtually impossible. The data is protected by various firewalls, encryption. It is stored in an environment that is designed to store data, and then data is also stored in a very definite sequence.
Kunzima kakhulu ke usiyabiza ukuthi manje kwibhilidi ke noma kwindawo noma isitha le uyichazileke khona ke lapho kulula yini ukuthi ke uphazamise nje ukusebenza kwalendlela ke uthi ke uma ke ungenalo ke ulwazi olujulileke lokusebenza kwayo le system lena ke uthi into nje engalula ke ukuthi ungayenza ke futhi nangendlela futhi egcinwa ngayo nendawo ke egcinwa kuyona ke.
Hence, if somebody tries to alter data, the chronological order of data would appear out of sequence and out of logical reason, which will then reflect as tampered with. And you can always go back and just compile a new report, and the original will be there if somebody finds means to tamper with it.
Uma kuwukuthi ke umuntu uthola indlela ke yokuthi ke aphazamisana ke nokusebenza kwayo ke izothi uma iphuma ke ila uzoyibona khona ke ukuthi ke ukulandelelana ke kwenzeka ke kwezahlakalo noma kwezinto ke ila usungako khona ke ukuthi ubuyele emuva ke manje uyoyikhipha ke kahle ke ngendlela yokulandelelana kwayo.
You mentioned that the user can access data on the numerous system. Are there any requirements for a user to access such data?
My Lord, yes. Within the South African Police Service, they have very specific protocol whereby a user must be authorized. If he would first apply in a form of a document, he would then be authorized by a number of officers before he can just get access, and that access then is then granted based on his authorization on vehicle or organizational type.
Lana ke ukuthi ngaphakathi ke emaphoyiseni basebenza kanjani ke ukuthi umuntu atholeke le information noma le mininingwane ke banezindlela zabo ke abayilandelayo ngaphakathi ke emaphoyiseni ukuthi umuntu ke oqala ke kuzofaneleke ukuthi ke atholeke imvume noma ke igunya ke lokuthi ke akwenzeke lokho futhi ke kuzondlula ke kubantu abahlukene ke abazomnikeza ke kona lokho futhi ke uzochaza ke ngokwesikhathi ke futhi nangokwemininingwane ukuthi yini ayifunayo.
Is there a way to determine who access the data?
My Lord, yes, there's record of every transaction. So every time a person logs in, he needs to authenticate himself by a username and a password, and that is logged in a log file. It would therefore be easy to say who logged on when and was doing what.
Futhi ke kunendlela ke yokulandelela ke noma yokuthola ke ukuthi bekuubani ke ologe in noma ke osebenzileke lana ngokuthi futhi kuzofanele ke fake lokho kubizwa ngokuthi ke igama lakhe noma i-username kanye futhi ke ne-password kuzoba lula ke kumlandelela ke kamuva ukubheka ke ukuthi ngesikhathi esithize ngelanga elithile ubani obengenile noma ke ethole ekhipha imininingwane.
Are there any registration requirements for such users?
My Lord, each member that is granted access is registered against these South African Police Services profile with his force number, name detail, unit detail. So it's his whole pedigree is registered against that user.
Futhi ke umuntu osebenzisa ke noma ke okwaziyo ke ukuthi abe user ke lapho imininingwane yakhe yonke nje ngaphakathi ke eyasemaphoyiseni i-force number yakhe igama lakhe isikhundla sakhe noma ukuthi ke i-unit yakhe ke yonke leyo mininingwane ikhona.
You have compared the data that you have compiled MM2A against exhibit MM2, the A3 version. What is your
My Lord,
view regarding
my Lord, this is an
the exhibit?
exact copy of the data. There's a 100% match in data. The only difference is that the police insignia was removed from the document and the wording movement report. But as for the physical data that is recorded, it is a exact match.
This was moved from this one.
Yeah. So
Okay.
that is sure.
Uthi ke uma ukhathanisa lokho kubili ke ukuthi nje into eyodwa ke lena ke uthi ngathi ke 100% umehluko nje ukuthi la kunale yamaphoyisa ke tshengisayo ukuthi amaphoyisa engekho ke khona lana kanye futhi nalana bhaliwe movement report kodwa njena into nje eyodwa le lama documents amabili.
Do you confirm the correctness of the report that you've compiled or that you've printed, exhibit MM2 in brackets A and exhibit MM2?
I do confirm the correctness, my Lord.
Futhi ke ngiyaqinisekisa ke nokuthi ke lokho ke okhona ke kule ku MM2A lona ke okuwami no MM2 ukuthi ke ngempela ke kukanjalo noma kuyiqiniso.
If I can ask you to turn to page 6 of Exhibit MM2A on the 19th of June. My Lord, I see that it's time for the long adjournment.
Is that so?
Yes. Can we then take the long adjournment at this point?
Are you available after lunch, sir?
Excuse me, my lord?
Are you available after lunch?
Yes, I do. I will be available, my lord.
Yeah, because I hear that you're squeezed for time, like all capitalists. Okay, 2 o'clock then.
All right.
Yes, Mr. Rui.
The court pleases, my lord. Mr. Dupree, for the unit in the vehicle to communicate with that minimum of 4 satellites as you've testified, so I'm going to see the interpreters, I think he's just outside. Now, Mr. Dupree, for a unit fitted in a vehicle to communicate with a minimum of 4 satellites, as you've mentioned, that are orbiting the sky, does that depend on the position of the vehicle? In other words, whether the position is stationary or moving?
My lord, the status of the vehicle, whether it's moving or being stationary, does not impact on the receiver's ability to receive data from this GPS satellites.
Ukuthi ke imoto imile, imoto iyahamba, lokho ke akunamthelela ke ekuthini ke lona ke othola ke information noma ke i-data ukuthi ke angayitholi ke leyo mininingwane mayelana nemoto.
So in other words, the GPS unlock doesn't depend on whether the vehicle is stationary or in motion?
No, my lord, it doesn't depend on whether the vehicle is stationary or not, as long as the device in the vehicle is in its on position, then it will allow for that, or not on position, let me rephrase, rather the device must be on to receive data, not the vehicle, the device.
Lana ke ukuthi ke imoto imile nokuthi ke imoto ke noma ke u-GPS unlock lona ke akana na ukuthi ke imoto imile noma ke ayihamba ukuthi nje imoto yona ke uma nje na ke i-on.
If I can ask you to turn to page 6 of your bundle, exhibit MM2A.
19.
On the 19th of June. The cross-reference for exhibit MM2, the A3, will be pages 34 to 36.
Got it, my lord.
Yes, thank you. On page 6 of exhibit your bundle, MM2A, at 05:02 and 10 seconds, what is the position of the vehicle?
My lord, the vehicle is near Benviljoen Street in Pretoria North.
Lana ke kule ndawo engikuzwa ngayo ngazo ke i-19 days ke zika June 2020 isikhathi ke imizuzu emibili eshayile u5 ekseni imoto ke iyaphuma ngisho kafakazi ke noma seduze kwase Benviljoen Street ePretoria North.
The coordinates, if plots it at the Pretoria North Police Station, just outside.
Lana ke ichaza ukuthi ke Pretoria North Police Station ngaphandle.
Right, the vehicle then left the police station. If one looks at page 10 of your bundle, Exhibit MM2A, did you find the position?
I've got it, my lord.
Yes. Now, between the 2 points, from page 6, when the vehicle left the police station, until at about 6:20 and 50 seconds on page 10. Is there any indication that the vehicle deviated along that route between the 2 points? In other words, is there any indication that it left its route?
My lord, given the route or the vehicle traveling, there's no evidence that this vehicle did anything out of the ordinary except travel on the road towards its destination, where it arrived at 6:20.
Lana ke uma uhlanganisa le inkathi ke lana ngale langa lange 19 ka June 2020 isikhathi ke 5:02 la ethi khona ke ise Benfalion bese siya lana ke kubhalwe khona ke u6:20 ngathi iyofika ke la iya khona ke ngo 6:20 ama seconds awu 50 ngalelo langa lelo. Uthi ke abukho ubufakazi obukhona obutshengisayo noma obushoyo ke ukuthi le moto lena ke yaphambana noma yaphuma ke emzileni noma emgwaqweni kula eyayiya khona.
Okay. If I can ask you to turn to still on your exhibit bundle MM2A on the 18th of June. That will be pages 13 to 18. On page 13 of your bundle, MM2A, at 1853 on page 13.
Got it, my lord.
On exhibit MM2 will be page 31. What is the position of the vehicle at 18:53:54 as appears on page 13 of
The
your
location
bundle?
reference, my lord, is near Murray Street, Verwoerd Park in Alberton.
Ngokwalana ke umbiko lona ke lo ozenayo ufakazi hayi lo omkhulu la inkantolo ukuthi imoto ke ngalesi sikhathi ngazo i18 zika June 2020 isikhathi u1853 ama seconds awu 54 imoto iseduze nase Murray Street eForwood Park eAlberton.
Are you in the position to plot the exact position
My lord,
of the vehicle?
that position plotted reference it to a engine garage in the vicinity.
Uma ngachaza eyona ndawo ke la eyaba eyayikhona ke noma eyichaza ukuthi yayikhona kwakuyi garage yakwa engine khona lapho kuleyo ndawo.
And at what point does the vehicle start moving?
My lord, that vehicle was stationary at that particular point for the remainder of the 18 up to 23:27 when the ignition was switched off.
Imoto leyo ke yayilapho ke nje ungathi nje mjelela langake lange 18 kwaze kwayoshaya ke u23:27 kusho ukuthi ke ebusuku ke kwaze kwayisikhathi la khona ke ignition iqishwa noma imoto yona ke iqishwa khona.
Only the next morning of the 19th, early morning, at around 23 minutes past 12, did the vehicle leave that point.
Isikhathi ke ngelanga ke manje elandelayo ke u0023 isikhathi ke imoto isuka ke manje khona lapho kuleyo ndawo.
That we see on page 1 of your exhibit bundle, MM2A, on the 19th.
That is correct, my lord.
Etholakala ke lo mniningwane leyo ke ku page 1 kule yami ke ibundle.
Can you also place those seconds on record?
My lord, the vehicle was the first time recorded speed at 23 minutes past 12 that night. It left that location of Maury Street in Verwoerd Park, Alberton.
Isikhathi ke u0023 uma imoto ke isuka ke manje lapha yana ngazo i19 ka June 2020 isuka lapha yana ke eForwood Park eAlberton.
Is it correct that it's 23 minutes past 12 and 20 seconds?
That is correct, my lord.
U20 mizuzu u23 eshayileke u12 nama seconds u20.
And what is the total number of hours that the vehicle spent at that engine garage?
My lord, the vehicle was there from just about 7 minutes to 7 till the 7 minutes to 7 on the 18th up to 23 minutes past 12 the next morning. So that would make it 5 hours and a number of minutes that the vehicle was in that area.
Imoto yema ke khona lapha yana ngemizuzu ke o7 ngaphambi kokuthi kushayeke u7 ngazo i18 ka June 2020 yase ke ehamba ke uma isikhathi sithi 23 emva ko12 ke ukusho ukuthi ke amahora awu5 nemizuzu ke isikhathi yayisimile imoto lapha.
And on the last page of exhibit MM2, the A3 version, on the 24th of June.
Sorry, it's MM2.
MM2, the last page, my lord.
Which is page what?
Page 43.
33.
43.
Sorry, 43, yeah, fine.
43, on the 24th of June. And just for record purposes, Mr. Dupree, just place the registration number of this vehicle and the BTL number.
The registration number of this vehicle is Foxtrot Victor 47 Lima Romeo Golf Papa.
In number ke ya le moto ke FV 47 LRGP.
Yes. And the bobby number would be Bravo Tango Lima 719 Bravo.
Bese kuthi ke I bobby number bese kuba BTL 719B.
And what is the position of the vehicle then on the 24th of June 2020?
My lord, on the 24th of June, this vehicle was at the Benoni garage near Great North Road, or Great Road North in Northmead, Benoni, for the entire day.
Le moto ke ngazo i24 zika Hlangulana ke kona unyaka ka2020 ilanga lonke njena ke langa i24 yayise garage ke yase Binoni duze ne Great Road North and North Mid.
And on the 23rd, 24th and 25th?
My Lord, on these days identified from the 22nd up to the 25th, this vehicle was stationary for the entire day, every time at this location being near Great Road North Mead, Benoni.
Ukusuka ngazo ke i22 kuJune 2020 kwaze kwayoshaya ke i25 kuyena uJune 2020 le moto ke yayimile khona lapho kule ndawo engikhuluma ngayo kule garage yase Binoni eduze ne Great Road North and North Mid eBinoni.
And are you able, using the coordinates, to determine the exact location?
My Lord, if I use those coordinates, it takes me to the exact location, being the Benoni garage, where our installers frequently work, so we're well acquainted with that garage.
Uma ke ngisebenzisa ke lama coordinates abhaliwe ke lana ke lokho kungithatha ke kuyongifiqisa ke kwi garage yethu eseBinoni lapho kama installer ethu ke asebenza khona ke indawo ke leya engiyaziyo.
Do you know if there's any repair work done at the garage?
My Lord, that is a SABC garage where various work is being done on vehicles for repairs and receiving new vehicles, and also working on vehicles that's been in service.
Leyana ke igarage ke amaphoyisa elapha yana eBinoni la besebenza khona ke ngeimoto bamukela ke imoto futhi nje umsebenzi kufanele wenziwe weimoto khona.
If you say repairs, are you referring to what type of repairs?
That would be any type of repairs, mechanical repairs, anything related to a SABC vehicle can be done there.
Yonke into ke emayelana ke nemoto yamaphoyisa yenziwa khona lapho.
And just finally, on page 44 of Exhibit MM2, will be the other part of Exhibit MM2. That is now on the early hours of the 20th of June 2020. Find the loose page 44. Yeah, okay. We see that from, just for record purposes, where's the vehicle at that particular time?
My Lord, at the time of the startup at 2 minutes past 12, 39 seconds, the vehicle was at Bukeng SABC. The coordinates are plotted.
Ngokwale lana ke ngazo i20 zika June 2020 isikhathi ke mibili ke imizuzu eshayile u12 imoto ke iyadunyiswa ke noma iyastarta ke kumaphoyisa asePhukeng.
And we see that the vehicle goes into GPS unlock position from what time until what time?
My Lord, the vehicle was in a GPS unlock status from 7 minutes and 40 seconds past 12 up to 7 minutes and 55 seconds past 3 on the 20th.
Siyabona ke lana sorry imoto ibhaliwe ke ukuthi ke yayile mode ke ku GPS unlock ukusuka ke imizuzu ewu7 eshayileke u12 nama seconds awu40 kwaze kwayoshaya ke imizuzu ewu7 eshayile u3 indatha kuso nama seconds awu55.
But when a vehicle is in a GPS unlock status, what is the position regarding the recording of data?
Whilst a vehicle is in a GPS unlock status, the last valid recorded position would be recorded or reflected as the position until such time that a new valid position can be recorded.
Uma ke imoto ikulesa status noma lesa simo ke sika GPS unlocked izochaza ke indawo ke yogcina ke la imoto ibikhona ke noma ke ebe record ikhona kuze kube isikhathi la khona ke imoto ifika kwenye ke indawo noma ke position entsha.
Is there any data recorded during that period?
The status of the vehicle, meaning whether the ignition is on or off, is being recorded, but no speed and position would be recorded during such time.
Ngaleso sikhathi ke imoto yona ke engeke nje ikubhaleke noma ke ichazeke indawo ke kanye nespeed ke sayo.
Thank you, Malata. Those are the only aspects that the state wanted this witness to cover.
Okay, thanks. Yes, Mr. Mzulu.
God, please. Sir, when you is it one of your duties to install or to fit the AVL or the device in the motor vehicle?
Me as a person, no, I do oversee. I have a team of people performing such duties, but me as individual, no, I do not install.
Mina ke angiwafaki ke noma ama system lena AVL kodwa ke ngiyabheka ke ngiyabuka ke nginabantu ke abangenzelayo lo.
All right. After the fitting of the same device, do you issue a certificate? Or do they issue a certificate?
After the fitment of each device, a installation certificate is compiled, and such certificate is then recorded against that specific certificate number, and that is eventually, after the installation, it is handed to the SABC.
Uma sekufakiwe ke i-system leyo ke kune certificate ke esikhishwayo kube ne-number ke ekhishwa leso certificate leso. Uma ke seyifakiwe ke bese yanikezwa ke leso certificate sinikezwa khona ke amaphoyisa.
Perhaps do you have the number for that certificate?
No, I don't have that number, my lord.
Amnayo ke leyo number.
Any copy for that certificate?
My lord, a copy would be obtainable, but I don't have a copy with me.
Amnayo la mina ke copy kodwa copy ngatholakala.
When were you told to come and testify or to give evidence in relation to MM2?
Yesterday, my lord.
Ngitshelwe noma ngitshelwe izolo ke ukuthi angize ngizonikeza ngobufakazi.
What time was it? What time were you informed at that?
My lord, it would have been during the morning. I did not record the exact time, but somewhere yesterday morning I was informed.
Ekuyizolo ekseni ke isikhathi ngisibhala ngaphansi ukuthi ngicela nini noma ngitshelwe nini ukuthi angize ngikade ngizokunikezwa ngizokuthi ubufakazi.
All right. Your position at C-Track company. What's your position there?
I'm the Chief Operations Officer, my lord.
Ngishilo ke ukuthi mina ke obhekene ke nemisebenzi ke welanga nelanga lokubizwa ukuthi Chief Operations Officer.
Who are you reporting under?
I'm reporting to the Chief Executive Officer.
Mina ke umuntu engaphansi kwakhe ke lo bizwa ngokuthi CEO.
What is his name?
Mr. Hanyort.
Mr.
Hanyort.
Umnumzana uHain Yort.
Does he know that we are here?
He does know indeed, my lord.
Ngempela uyazi ukuthi ngila.
When you were informed about this when you were informed to come and testify, and that was the time when you began to prepare yourself for this.
That is correct, my lord.
Kathi ngitshelwa ke ukuthi kuzofanele ukuthi ngize ngizokuthula ubufakazi yileso sikhathi ke engiye ngayilungiselela khona ke.
Do you still need necessary time to uplift that certificate in order to confirm that the said motor vehicle you are talking about was fitted with the GPS?
My Lord, the fitment and the installation certificate is recorded within the SABC environment against what they call it, the SABC vehicle register. So for that reason, I did not foresee the need for any form of proof that the vehicle was fitted other than the recordings of the movement report as we have it in front of us.
I-certificate lesi sikhuluma ngaso ke certificate esikhishwa ke ngaphakathi ke emaphoyiseni. Mina ke angibonanga ke isidingo ke sokuthi ngibe naso ke noma ngisilethe certificate leso noma ngibe naso kumina ke ngoba ke ikhona ke nabakhona ke lo mbiko lo engisebenza noma enginikeza ubufakazi ngawo.
But any records at your disposal?
Just say again?
Any records that you have before it is kept on the database of the SAPS, is there any piece or any file that you keep in your archives reflecting the information relating to that motor vehicle?
My Lord, the information that we are talking on here all belongs to SABC. So we as C-Track don't keep record of that because it is an entire enclosed system for the SABC fleet.
Lana ke lombiko sikhuluma ngawo ke report esikhuluma ngayo ke yabasab sina ke sitrack asinayo ke la esigcina khona ke noma esinayo khona konke lokho sikhuluma ngako la phakathi emaphoyiseni.
My Lord, may I have just a second to peruse the MM2? Maybe I might have one question before I sit down. Okay, the last question is, if a motor vehicle is driving, maybe for a period of 10 minutes, will it show that it was driving at a certain speed, at a certain order?
My Lord, the device in the vehicle is alive all the time and measures the speed at second intervals, but given the amount of data, the vehicle will only report that position and speed at a defined interval as set out by the SAPS. In this case, the vehicle will report either every 5 minutes or when there is a change in heading, meaning the vehicle makes a turn to the left, to the right, or it changes its direction.
Indaba ke speed noma esivinini ke lokho izokusho ke noma asithi mhlambe sisebenzise lana ke ukuthi mhlambe ngesikhathi ke imizuzu emihlanu noma ukuthi mhlambe iyashintsha ke manje isizojika ke ayisahambi ke ngale mgwaqo bihamba ngayo kunenkathi ke la khona ke ispeed esizoveza noma esikhonjiswe khona.
And during such reporting, it would then report the speed of the vehicle as well.
Uma yenza ke leyo mbiko ke izobika ke kanye nesivinini ke noma ispeed semoto.
All right. Let me just draw your attention on June 18, 2020. I'm not sure what page is that.
I'll get it. If you just give me the time as well, then I'll...
The time is 8:24. (8:24) to see that. Oh, it's the check.
8:24.
Page 26.
Yeah, page 26, page 24. Yeah, I've got it there. On the 18th, 8:24, 55 seconds, Mano.
It's 8:24. It says driving.
That is correct.
Driving, the kilometer is 0 and the order is 0.
Yeah, that means the vehicle is stationary because there's no speed.
Lana ke ko 18th ka June 2020 isikhathi 8:24 ithi imoto iyahamba kodwa ke ispeed ithi 0 ne order na ithi 0 kuthi ke mayiphendula ke kusho ukuthi imoto yayimileke.
If it says 8:29 XL idle, it is still stationary.
It's still stationary. The vehicle would report excess idle. It would first status after it started. It would report a driving status, And if the vehicle remains at the same location without moving, the excess idle status would then be recorded after the driving status.
Nanjengoba lana ke ku 829 ithi ke excess idle ukusho ukuthi ayiduma ke kodwa kuno 00 ukusho ukuthi ayimile ngoba izothuma iqala ke isho ukuthi ke iya driver ke kodwa uma sekuyisikhathi ke futhi ke iseme kuleyo ndawo leyo ke ila esizoveza khona ukuthi iyaduma loya excess idle.
Is it still the same position with 834?
My Lord, if we look at the GPS coordinates, it is very much still the same location where the vehicle is.
Uma sibheka ekugcineni ke lapha yana ke ila esichazela khona ukuthi imoto ikuphi ke nendawo usabona ke ukuthi ke kuseyindawo eyodwa.
Thank you, my Lord. No further questions.
Thanks. Yes, Mr. Misa.
Sorry, just one question. So can you, if you know, can you clarify what is mapping is?
What?
Mapping in relation to service.
Sorry, I don't understand the question.
No, let me just withdraw the question.
Thank you, sir. Now I realize that your AVL records or the records that are submitted to court, this AVL records and the bundle that you probably yourself prepared always refer to these places as near Waverley Road, Highland, North Johannesburg, near Baxwell Road, Cresford, Johannesburg. What does this near in the context of this AVL mean?
My Lord, it just so happens that that was a confusion that was created, and the letter of the word becoming a point of contest in court. Because a vehicle, we would say the vehicle is at, let's say, Madiba Street, or in Madiba Street. But if I'm on the pavement of Madiba Street, the argument is, am I still in Madiba Street or am I in near Madiba Street? So the term was changed to near to rule out any, I don't want to call it silly points of argument, but points of argument to say it is in the street, it is next to the street, so the term near to the street, my Lord, was decided on.
Uma ke sekusetshenziswa leli gama ke elithi eduze into ke nje lena ke noma idida ke eyavela njena ke enkantolo ke noma ke uma sekukwethulwa noma kunezethulo ezikhona enkantolo kuthiwa noma ke asebenzisa isibonelo sala ngaphambi kwenkantolo eMadiba ukuthi uma pavement usesemadiba yini noma useduze kwayo kwase kumunywa ke ukuthi akusetshenziswe leli gama ke elithi eduze.
In the end, the coordinate is a specific point, and that would be the exact location, my Lord.
Bese kuthi ke yona ke lena ke echazelayo noma ebizwa ngokuthi i-coordinate yona ke ikhuluma ngendawo ethize yona ke leyo ndawo eshiwoyo.
So what you're saying is, on the reading of this AVL record, one cannot specifically say that at this point in time, this vehicle was at this specific place. It's just a speculative hypothesis that it could have been near this area.
No.
It's the opposite.
My Lord, the vehicle, the point of reference being near is for us to understand it was near the street to give us a grasp of where the vehicle was. But if somebody is looking for the exact point, we use the coordinate.
The coordinate is scientifically infallible.
Yeah.
Must be.
masisebenzisa ke lelo gama elithi eduze alisho ukuthi nje uqagele ukuthi imoto ikuphi, iyachazela ukuthi imoto ikuphi ke nendawo, kodwa uma ukuthi ufuna eyona ke indawo ayiloko kubizwa ngokuthi ama coordinate ke kubhaliwe ke lapha yana egcineni ke yila echazela khona ukuthi imoto ikuphi nendawo.
You know the reason why I'm asking you this, sir, it is on record, and it doesn't come from me, it is on record, that at a particular point in time, in the course of the investigation of this case, there was a movement of this specific motor vehicle along a certain road, it's Alberton. But at one point in time, the said motor vehicle deviated to a dumping place where certain incidents took place there. I don't think that will be relevant for your purposes. Now, that's the reason why I am saying, is this system, this AVL system, is it able to specifically say that at this point in time, this motor vehicle was at this place? Do you follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, I fully
Thank
follow.
you.
My Lord, in response to that, I would say the coordinates, if the unit is...
Sorry, you know what? Please, just explain what the coordinates are.
Yeah.
Then we'll be all on the same park, ballpark.
My Lord, coordinates is a longitude and latitude
That's it.
that the tracking device receiver received from these satellites. And in that, it is plotted on a geographical map to say, this vehicle, these coordinates, let's use just any latitude 281900 and longitude 281900 and latitude minus 25.7866. If we take those coordinates and we plot them on a map, we will be on a defined point on a map, on a road, in your example, on a dumping site if it is. So my response would be, if there is such a reference of time and place, if the time and place is on these records, then we would be able to show it.
Kuloko khulumayo ke ukuthi le moto ke yahamba ke yaya ke kulahla khona ke izibike uma ukuthi nganginikeza isikhathi ke nginikezeke i-date noma ukuthi uma kukhona ke lana kuloko sizohamba ke siyokubona ke lokho ngoba uma uthatha ke lokho okubhaliwe ke lana okubizwa ngokuthi ama coordinates okuchazela ke indawo isibonelo ulo 281900 minus 257866 uma ukuthatha ke lokho usukubeka ke ukufaka ke kwi-map uzosho ke ukuthi yikuphi nendawo.
Thank you. My Lord, may I just request a very 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 seconds of indulgence, my Lord. So something that I need to take up with my colleagues.
Madiba is resurrected.
Excuse me, Mother.
I say you can go until Madiba is resurrected.
Thank you.
But before he comes to that, I mean, the extension of logic of what you're saying, if you have access, I mean, if you have reference to this AVL system, like for instance, the history of the movement of the car, the starting, the stopping, etc., it's mapped out on this page, right?
Correct, model.
Let's assume this page is the 28th of June, 2020. Is it possible for you, using the very information here, from, let's say, a specific time, like, let's say 4 o'clock in the afternoon, up to 12 o'clock in the evening, is it possible for you to decipher and discern and establish whether this motor vehicle was ever at a dumping place?
My Lord, for sure.
That's sure, yeah. We have to have that exercise.
Excuse the court, my Lord. I think on behalf of our court, I'm just on this point, my
Yeah.
lord, because I can see it's getting to be a very contestable point. I've requested my colleagues because it has got to do with accused number 2. my
No, no,
lord.
fine.
So they are requesting an indulgence just to have a word or two with him. my
No,
lord.
no, fine.
Thank
No, but this gentleman is an expert. He's here to assist the court.
Yes, my lord.
Right. If he can do what I think he says he can do,
Yes.
why can't he assist us?
As it is the court, my lord. They are
Mr. Ngomalo, are you with me?
They are quickly consulting with,
Yeah.
with Mr. Ntanzi, my lord. The primary figure in this whole
Yeah, right.
Act 1 situation.
Right.
My lord, there seems to be a request that we should be making. My colleagues say they also want to take a point or two on the basis of what this witness
No,
testified
fine.
about.
We all are here to learn.
So we suggesting that we probably might have an adjournment. We should request an adjournment, my lord, as I hereby do, probably for 15 minutes for consultation, if that will not prejudice the state, my lord.
Mr. Balawi?
As a court, please, my lord, no problem. If we just bear in mind, this witness is not available tomorrow, my lord.
Yeah. You're not available tomorrow the whole day.
My lord, I'm going to Sandton in the morning, so I've got a meeting scheduled till 12 there, so another hour. So at best, after 1 o'clock, and that's if everything goes. We have a bit of a dispute to resolve.
So you want us to adjourn for 15 minutes?
Yes, my lord.
Okay, let's adjourn for 15 minutes. Yes, Mr. Minister, any further questions?
As it is the court, my lord. My lord, it is transpiring and we seem to be unanimously agreeing with our colleagues here that I think it will be in the best interest of this case that we request Mr. Dupree to prepare us those coordinates, number one, the exact spots, number one. Number two, a mapping of the movement of this motor vehicle from the date on which it started to engage with accused number 2. I think accused number 1 as well. Yes. And up until the day on which it went to the garage. I'm not so sure I'm making myself clear. Because the reason is, as we're looking here, we are unable to follow meticulously what this is vis-a-vis the version that we're getting from our clients, you see. So as we consult with them on the basis of what this document contains, we should be taking them through that physical, that physical mapping, you see. As in when you're using when you are in a direction in a cell phone, that white lady that is speaking there, you see, says 10 years. No, now we are lost. We want a situation such as that one.
Okay.
Yes,
so
thank you.
We have agreed on that. Mr. Msololo, are you all agreed?
Yes, my lord.
Ms. Ngumana?
Yes,
Mr. Mgumezulu?
That's correct, my lord.
The state?
Well, we have no problem with that, my lord. In fact, the witness, it will take some time, my lord.
Yeah, obviously.
The witness can also plot the movement of that vehicle from the time it left the police station, show it here on the screen how it's moved up to its destination, but that will take time.
No. Mr. Dupree, even if he comes December next year.
Next year.
Yeah, we need that information. Because, I normally say these things. We don't throw bones and say, Vumani Madot. Now we want to humble a charity. Vumani Madot. This is solid state physics, is that not so? But we must plot the brief to Mr. Dupree, and you all must agree what he should do in order to track or trace or coordinate or pinpoint the various areas where accused number 2, for instance, was assaulted, and where accused number 1 also says he was assaulted, and also the dump in Orlando East. Apparently, number 2 was also assaulted in a dumping area in Orlando East, and also was assaulted in Tembisa and in Fosluras, and also in Diepkloof, and also in Moroka. Is that not the brief? Anybody wants to add anything?
That is so.
Hello?
That is so.
So
that is the brief.
No, but wait. So I want you together to meet with Mr. Dupree. Not today because it's rather late. On Monday, are you available?
My lord, on Monday I'm fairly booked out already.
Tuesday? So that you all sit with Mr. Dupree before he prepares that report. And after he has prepared that report, then we can talk. Is that so, Ms. Msololo?
Yes.
My lord, I have a suggestion that what if we do that now immediately when we adjourn, so that when he goes and prepares those reports, he knows exactly what our instructions
Do you have
are.
the time? Okay, do you have the time, Mr.
My
Dupree?
lord, I've booked out today in its entirely.
Okay, fine. So we can do that. So we'll adjourn, Mr. Dupree, and all the councillors here will give you the brief as to what they request you to do, using the information of the coordinates, the latitudes, the altitudes, etc., etc. Okay. So we'll adjourn at this time.
As it is a court.
For the day, no? You don't have to come back here. Is that so? What time is it?
It's around
3 o'clock, my lord.
Yeah, okay. Well, do you want us to come back here?
No, tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Yes. Okay, but you are not available tomorrow.
No, I'm not available tomorrow,
fine.
unfortunately, my lord.
No, I mean, just to
You left to arrange.
to continue with other.
Yeah, the other thing. Okay. Okay, then the courts regarding that exigency, we shall adjourn. Okay.